is sleeping. She is very tired. She didn't sleep very much last night. So if she wakes up, I'm sure she'll pop in. If she wakes up, but I'm not gonna wake her up though. Not gonna do that. So, anyways, guys, me and my partner, that's doing programming, we have been, just programming the heck out of, between the programming he's working on and FS Cargo, we've got a lot done. Like, FS Cargo there's a lot that's different from just yesterday till today, and I'm going to show it to you. Alright, so I'm going to close that. So I'm going to close. Actually, we're going to open. If it's cargo's open, so I'm going to go over here. Go to Tools, hit Enter on Launch Simulator. And it's going to launch our flight simulator. And David should be popping in to see us. Let me see if we've got the right voice set up here.
At Ninja Girl 79. Hi.
There's my baby. Okay. I said no boarding in progress, which there's not. But I'm trying to see if it's going to come through. Hi, baby. I didn't want to wake you up because I knew you was tired.
At Ninja Girl 79. I got a black screen.
Let me go over. Hold on.
At Ninja Girl 79. There it goes.
Loading, please wait. 51%.
What's that? There what goes? Oh.
Community. Menu.community _friend _request _received. Menu.community _friend _request _received _desk. Community. Menu.community _friend _request _received.
Alright, we added FS Cargo so you guys can hear it. But we got some new stuff to show you. Some really cool stuff. You can do your flight plan through the FS Cargo, so it'll see what job you're doing, and you can even load your flight plan right from FS Cargo. You don't even gotta, if you don't want to do it through TFM or whatever program you might be using, you can go right through FS Cargo. Pretty cool stuff. So, it's pretty late. I doubt Ron's gonna pop on this late, but tell Ron, just wanted to let you know we are on YouTube. I'm showing some new stuff with FS Cargo. I know it's late, so if anything, you can catch up tomorrow or whatever, but we're on.
At Ninja Girl 79. Damn, I still made it
Send.
first LOL and I didn't hear you get on. I just opened my phone and checked.
Yeah, I think David is here, but I don't think he said nothing yet. Okay.
At Davidsut W2S. Hush it Ninja. At Ninja Girl 79. Had a bad dream mom died.
Oh no.
At Davidsut W2S. Damn, I should have spoke up.
I think your mama is going to do a lot better once she gets into her own little area, you know? I think she'll improve.
At Ninja
I
Girl
do.
79. Hi David.
Let's see.
Menu.community underscore
Tell
friend
Brandon
underscore request
we're
underscore
on
received underscore
YouTube
desk.
if you want to join us. David's here. Christy is here.
Community.
And
Menu.community underscore friend
George is
underscore request
popping in
underscore
later.
received. Menu.community underscore friend underscore request underscore received underscore desk.
Send.
Community. Menu.community underscore friend underscore request underscore received.
But yeah, we've got some cool
At Ninja
stuff.
Girl 79. BRB.
Okay, baby. We got some cool stuff to show you guys. There just has been a lot with FS Cargo, so I'm going to do a
Menu.community underscore
refresher
friend
and
underscore
go
request
through it
underscore
with you
received underscore
guys.
desk.
Okay. Because there's just new
Syntax connected.
stuff constantly coming in between me and
Loading, please wait.
my
57%.
partner. All right, so
Loading,
let me
please wait.
see.
71%.
Waiting for the sim to load here. But we're doing a cargo flight / passengers, Boston to San Francisco. And I need to talk about some of them features as well. I believe when the beta comes out, the menu bar at the top might come out a little different, a little more, it's just going to be organized a little more. I mean, we got stuff all the way across the top, which is fine, not a big deal, but
Loading, please wait. 75%.
we've got sounds to show you, we've got voices to talk about,
Loading,
sim
please
brief
wait.
to talk about,
80%.
weather to talk about, announcements to talk about.
Loading, please wait. 84%. Loading, please wait. 84%.
I'm pretty
Welcome menu.
impressed with
Page 1 of 3.
where things are going. So
Press to quit to desktop. Press to read support and release notes.
all right, let me.
World map. Button 2 of 5. Create a flight plan. World map. Marketplace. World map.
Okay.
World map screen. Press space to search results. Aircraft selection. Select departure.
So
combo
load
box.
your airplane first.
Select to open a search field, or select switch departure and arrive. Select departure. Combo box. Search results. KBOS/log. Select departure. Drop down. Switch departure and select arrival. Search results. KSFO/send. Select KSFO send. Switch
Now we
departure
get our
and
gate
KBOS
real
login.
quick.
Runway 33L. Gate/parking. Parking. Gate/parking. Parking 1 ramp cargo. Runway. Gate. Parking 1 ramp cargo. Drop down list.
All right, so we'll let the sim get loaded here.
Loading, please wait. 25%.
Then we'll go through some of this.
Loading, please wait. 70%. Loading, please wait. 83%. Loading, please wait.
There's
84%.
some new stuff that just got added a few hours ago, so there could be bugs with it still, considering it's not even hit the
Loading,
beta
please wait.
yet.
84%.
At
But
Ninja Girl
it's okay if it
79.
does.
I'm back.
Welcome back, my beautiful woman,
Loading, please wait.
my beautiful
84%.
wife. You are so beautiful.
Loading,
To
please
me.
wait. 84%.
Can't you see? Chicka bow wow, chicka bow wow, chicka bow
Loading,
wow,
please wait.
chicka bow
84%.
wow. I'm just waiting on it, Sam.
Loading, please wait. 85%.
Load up this flight. It don't need to be so slow.
Loading, please wait.
It don't
86%.
gotta take us all night. Oh.
Loading, please wait. 86%.
At Brandon Armstrong 2656. That happens with all programs. There
Yeah, I
are
know.
bugs to be expected
Ready to
with
fly.
new features rolling out from time to time. That's just the nature of what happens. At David Sut W2S.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
How
I
is
agree.
Ninja and Brandon?
Brandon, you're gonna love this though, Brandon. It's man, it's got so many cool features, and it just keeps getting better and better. So, I guess to start out real quick, I'm going to go through the menu real quick. I'm not going to go through into every menu. I'm just going to show you what it's got, and then we'll talk about the important stuff. So, once you load your sim, and by the way, you can load your sim right through FS Cargo. Just saying. And you can also
At
load
Brandon
other
Armstrong
stuff through FS Cargo
2656.
in a list. It will
I am
load
doing
automatically.
fantastic after an awesome fun weekend.
Okay, so alright, so across the top you've got where you can leave your company or exit the company. Then you got all your contracts. Then you got view aircrafts, your personal aircrafts. Then you got a menu that says sim brief. There's open in sim brief or pull latest. You want to hit open in sim brief, and when you do that, and this does work, it opens sim brief. It's got all your information already in. You just hit generate and it's done. There is going to be a button getting added to where it will generate the flight plan and pull it back to you as well. Then you got check weather at airport, weather at my position. The read all instruments, that's getting moved to a different spot. That's just something we put in there. Doing some playing around with it. Okay, and then we got briefing, safety briefing, takeoff announcement, cruise announcement, descent announcement, after landing, and then of course open cabin crew view, where you can make adjustments. Okay, then you got finances, business account overview, view profile, teleport to runway, teleport to gate/ramp, doors, stairs, and jetways. And inside of that, there are some cool features in there. You can undo the chocks, you can open the doors, you can shut the cockpit door, lock the cockpit door. There's an actual door on the 737. There isn't one on the 777, but it still simulates it. Then you there's a CDU thing here. We'll talk about that another time. Then you got your list where you can put all your programs. So when you start FS Cargo, everything else will start in the order that you want it. Then we got audio voice settings. Let's go talk about this for a minute, guys. Under audio voice settings, if you tab, there is the Edge TTS high quality neural voices. That's what we're using. I'll let you hear the voice.
Hello, this is a preview of the Edge TTS voice. FS Cargo will use this for all announcements.
So all announcements, you'll hear her talking. You can also enable where is it? Navigation voice mode. And you can set your navigation voice mode for screen readers, so that way it's your screen reader reading the menus and the rest of its announcements is done by the other voice. You can customize it. You can also tell it where you want the voice to come through at if you've got more than one set up for sound. And then there's announce welcome message on startup. And you can preview the voices. So if you want to see what other voices sound like, okay, for example, let's say I want to see what Sonia sounds like.
Hello, this is a preview of the Edge TTS voice. FS Cargo will use this for all announcements.
There's Natasha.
Hello, this is a preview of the Edge TTS voice. FS Cargo will use this for all announcements.
What does it say we'll use her, okay? I'll hit save.
Audio settings saved.
Alright, now it's saved. So now when I tab, you've got SimConnect status,
At Ninja Girl 79. Hi Brandon.
company status, schedule status, shows you how many flights you got left, company name, account balance. This is on the front window. Your reputation, tracking status, shows how much you're going to make on this flight, 127,000. Let's hit start flight tracking button. That's on the front screen of FS Cargo.
Pre-takeoff weather briefing for KBOS.
At Brandon
Wind 300
Armstrong
degrees at 4 knots. Low
2656.
fuel warning. Fuel
How's
at
it
0%.
going, Christy?
Consider diverting immediately.
That is a bug, okay? It gives you diverting weather stuff if you got to divert. But there's still a little bug with it. Okay, flight tracking is active. So we'll hit start boarding or cargo button.
Boarding started. 86 passengers.
At Ninja Girl 79.
Can you guys hear
I'm
them
wore out
sounds?
from helping Brooklyn
Hopefully.
clean and take care of my mom. We got home, I went straight to bed.
Sorry, but this, I like these sound better and I do GSX. And there's more sounds being added, guys. Don't think that this is it, because it's not. So we're going to let boarding get out of the way. If anybody's got any questions so far about FS Cargo, please feel free to do so in the comments or in the chat. If you're joining us on chat,
At Brandon Armstrong 2656.
we've got all kinds of
Yes,
emails.
we can also Does this eliminate that silly thing we had to do in the past when we teleport to the runway where we had to pause the flight tracker?
You don't have to pause the flight tracker with this. Correct. You can jump to the runway and it don't mess up your tracker.
At Ninja Girl 79. I'm here but laying down.
How does the sound to you, Brandon, and of course my wife's here too, or anybody else? Do you guys like the sound? This is the cargo being loaded. I like this better. It's more realistic. I'm guessing you guys can hear it, correct?
At Brandon Armstrong 2656. I like the sounds, it sounds really good.
And how do you like the voices for the announcements? That's not the only voices. I'll talk more about that in a minute. There's also another full set of voices you can use as well, but you got to have an API key. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
At Ninja Girl 79. Yet.
Now it's supposed
At
to
Brandon
stop
Armstrong
when
2656.
the boarding does stop.
I like the voices as well.
16% boarded. 13 of 86 passengers.
I hit the boarding status button. That's why it said that, guys. We're going to talk about some other stuff in a minute. I've already got the flight plan already saved. And the weather, we'll go into that menu here in a minute. So if you're on the main window and you do Control Tab,
Cabin crew announcements view.
it
Alt
puts
plus
you
4 for
into the
safety
cabin
briefing.
crew
Alt plus 5
announcement
for
view.
takeoff announcement. Alt plus 1 for cruise. Alt plus 2 for descent. Alt plus 3 for after landing. Press Control plus Tab to return to the dashboard.
And you got all these are customized. You can either add your own message or even your own audio file. And then to get out of it, I just do Control Tab. And we're back on the main
FS
window.
Cargo. Delta. Balance $20,250.
You also have another menu,
Reputation average.
which is, I believe it's Shift Alt W. I might be wrong about that. Maybe it's
25% boarded. 21 passengers on board.
let me see, where's it at? Okay. So, under Alt W for weather, you got check weather at airport, weather at my position, live weather report, cloud layer altitudes, pre-takeoff briefing, vector deviation advice, weather monitor settings. Let's go into that. Okay, under weather monitor settings, as of right now, there's more getting added. It says enable live weather monitoring using SimConnect, checkbox checked. Announce when entering and exiting clouds, checked. Track cloud layers and layer base and top altitude during flight, checked. Alert on wind shear, sudden visibility drops, and icing conditions, checked. Automatic pre-takeoff weather briefing when flight tracking starts. Provide crosswind information. And heading vector advice, check. Monitor updates in intervals 5. The lower, the more accurate. So you raise that number higher and it's less accurate. So 5 might be too fast. I don't know yet. We're going to hit save.
Weather monitor settings saved.
Let's do Alt W again.
Nearest airport lookup coming soon.
Okay, so that's the weather near. We got to fix that hotkey. Go back to weather.
Wind 300 degrees at 5 knots. Visibility 10 miles or more. Temperature 24 Celsius, 75 Fahrenheit. Visual conditions. Flight conditions, VFR. No cloud layers detected yet this flight.
And that's just under the weather menu. And if you hit cloud layer altitudes and you're still on the ground, I'll show you what it does.
No cloud layers have been detected this flight. Fly through a cloud layer to capture base and top altitudes.
So once you go through some clouds, then you can look at that. I'm not saying like that, other cargo programs are worse than this program, but I like where this is going. I think that it's going to be good. We're also going to be introducing live messaging, which means if you're flying and I'm flying, I can send you a message through the FS Cargo, pilot to pilot. You can have your name put on the public list, or you can go unavailable where you can't be messaged. If you're available, it just puts your name on the list of other available FS Cargo pilots / business owners. Really cool feature. One of the other things you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to get messages from FS Cargo onto your phone. So it will update you. So if you got to step away, maybe you're on doing an oceanic, Brandon, it can text you and let you know if anything changed. The weather,
43 passengers on board.
Vector, whatever it might be. Okay? So keep that in mind too. Now this is supposed to do the announcements automatically. I'm just now testing it. We've been busy all day. Well, we were gone for the first part of the day, and then I've been programming since, like, what time did we get home, baby? 4? Around in there, 3:30, 4. And I just logged off of programming about an hour ago. So.
At Brandon Armstrong 2656. Oh, I'll definitely be using that feature quite a bit.
Yeah, there's going to be extra options for those that do Oceanic. We're going to have settings that's based on Oceanic. So there'll be bonuses depending on the different kind of Oceanics you do. You can run your own company, or you can even just fly for another company. Right now it just lists a set number of companies is listed, but what's going to happen once it goes public, we're going to change that to where it will list everybody else's companies too. So then you can just hit fly for, and it will connect you to that company. You'll fill out a small application, and then that company will be responsible for approving or denying. That's a later feature. I'm telling you stuff that I should hold on, but it's okay. It don't matter. But yeah, pretty cool stuff that we got going here, guys. I'm trying to think. There's so much. Am I missing anything? Let me see. Oh, the voices. So under settings, you have voice settings. weather settings, in-flight events, which means there's all kind of different events. I'll go into it real quick. If you activate everything, this is all the events that it will do. Turbulence, passenger unwell, medical emergency, passenger conflict, ATC vector / divert, runway change. Those we're working on those. VIP passenger, weather deviation, dispatch ETA update, engine fire, landing gear problem, wing / structural issue, hydraulic problem, fuel unbalance.
At Brandon Armstrong 2656.
Autopilot failure.
Will I be able to get messages from companies while en route on oceanic flights to take packages from the arrival destination to somewhere else?
You'll have to go to that company to pick up the packages, yeah. Pressurization issues, cargo damage, temperature alerts, load shifted, osmotic issues. There's going to be custom holds. I don't enable them all. I've got most of them turned off besides like passenger passenger problems, stuff like that. But under settings, you've also got sim brief settings, and let's talk about this a minute. Under sim brief, you got spot, you put your ID, and then for sim brief, that way it matches all up. If you change the kind of airplane you're flying, you go in to sim brief settings, put your user ID,
75%
put
boarded.
the company you're
64
working
passengers on
for.
board.
So in this case, I'm working for Delta. The aircraft code that I'm flying, which is the 777-300, and then you save it. That way, when you open SimBrief with the button, it generates everything automatically. So, another cool setting. Under audio settings, the other voice, you have SAPI, you have the Edge TTS, Azure, that's another good one, but you gotta have an API, and there is a limit on that. So if you do use it, there is a limit. It would take a lot for you to run out, but yeah, there's memberships for that, and that has nothing to do with us. So just letting you know.
82% boarded. 70 of 86 passengers.
Alright, we're almost boarded here. Well, it's doing passengers and it's doing the cargo. You can hear the passengers in the background, sort of. We're going to be doing some more audio adjustments with that as well. So, yeah. But for where we are with this program, it's got a lot of stuff, and it's not even been,
At
too
Brandon
long.
Armstrong 2656. So what if I'm on an oceanic flight and get a text order on my phone if I've stepped away that something has changed? Is there a way for me to take action from that message?
You'll be able to go back and check your message alerts. So there's going to be a spot under your profile where it says inbox, and when you go there, you'll see inbox for company and inbox for personal. Personal will be just messages if I just sent you a message. Company would be either the company you work for or your company, and then that would have information there from other companies that might be saying, hey, I need you to fly over here to such and such and pick up, but you got to actually fly to that airport or load at that airport after you do your flight, vice versa. But yeah, so, and there's going to be extra bonuses for those that do oceanics, and there's also penalties. If you land and you hit deliver without actually going to the gate and, you know, doing deliver, and you just do it right when you hit the runway, there is a 50% deduction on your profit. So you got to be realistic. You got to go to the gate, you got to hit deliver, and you got to hit unboard. So if you don't unboard your passengers and deliver your cargo the right way, that's the penalty. So it ain't, you know, it's simple. Land, put your parking brakes on, jump to your gate, deliver your not deliver, don't deliver until you do your deboarding. After you deboard, then you hit deliver. That way you're saying, hey, everybody's off the airplane, I'm done, here's your, you know, I completed the job. So
Boarding complete. All passengers on board.
pretty cool stuff. Okay, all passengers are on board. So now what we're going to do is we're going to be checking email here in a little bit too. Alright, there we go. Connection status. That is good. Now we can go over here. Alright, hit new flight. Booyah. Okay, perfect. Handing comms over to you.
I've got the comms now, Captain. Let me get our IFR clearance.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and get her IFR.
Getting our IFR clearance now, John.
Boston clearance delivery.
So far,
Eastern
what do you think, Brandon? What you've seen so
we
far
have
with
information Bravo
FS
requesting
Cargo?
our IFR flight plan.
Has it
Boston clearance, Delta 50 Heavy.
already, have
We'd
you
like
made
to
up your
receive our
mind
IFR
whether you use
clearance.
it or not?
We have whiskey.
'Cause I love it, dude. It's man, it's a fun
Give me 1
program.
second for that clearance. Stand by, you're number one.
Say again. We'd like to request 3,500 for our initial altitude. SDA 78 Romeo.
Delta 50 Heavy, Boston
At
clearance,
Brandon Armstrong,
cleared to San Francisco via the Highland 7
2656.
departure, then is filed.
That's very
Climb and maintain
impressive.
5,000. Expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure on 133.0, squawk
There's other stuff
3766.
I'll tell
And we
you
had to
about
change
here
your
a bit
departure
later
runway
once
to
we get
22
there.
left.
I can't say it over the
At
live
Brandon
stream.
Armstrong,
Cleared to San Francisco via the
2656.
Highland 7 departure.
I can't
then
wait
is
to start
filed.
using it
You're gonna
Climb and
love
myself.
it,
maintain
dude.
5,000. Expect flight level 360 10 minutes after departure. Departure on 133.0. Squawk 3766. Runway 22 left. Delta 50 Heavy.
Alright, here
Hello,
comes
Captain.
first officer.
Delta 50 Heavy, read back correct.
Clear to LaGuardia, Pat 7 departure, then is filed. Climb maintain 5,000, expect 12,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure 133.0, squawk
Pre-flight flow.
1761, runway
Battery.
22 left. JetBlue 198.
American
Hello
198,
everyone.
read that
This
correct.
is
Ground
Emma,
power
your flight
unit.
attendant for today. On behalf of Delta Airlines, I'd like to welcome you aboard our flight
This is
to
Challenger
San
November
Francisco.
Hotel Yankee
Please
Echo
take your
Romeo with
seats as
information
indicated
Alright.
uniform on board.
Stand
Looking to
by.
pick up my
Either under the
IFR
seat in
clearance
front of you
over
or in the
to
overhead
Buffalo
compartments.
Niagara
If you
International.
need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me.
Cessna
Thank you for
737
choosing
Juliet
Delta Airlines,
Yankee
and
is
we hope you enjoy
IFR
your flight.
to Block Island. We're ready to copy.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
State radar vectors PVD then is filed. Climb and maintain 4000. Departure on 133.0 squawk 6346, and we'll expect runway 9. Cessna 7 Juliet Yankee.
Boston clearance. Good afternoon. FedEx 2026 IFR to Chicago O'Hare. Information. FEMA radar copy.
Boston clearance. Western 3657 with Quebec. Ready to copy IFR to Provincetown.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
3657 is cleared to Provincetown via the Logan 4 departure. That is filed. Climb maintain 5000. Expect 1000.
You're going to love what I tell you, though,
10
Brandon, when I
minutes after
call you. I'll
departure.
call you here in a
Departure's
few
on
when we get in the air,
133.0.
just for
I'll
a
be
couple
squawking
minutes.
5142,
Because I want to tell you something
and runway is
that
changed
I
to
can't
runway
say
9
out loud
Westwind
yet,
3657.
but I'm going to go ahead and tell you because
Westwind
you're
3657,
part
read that correct.
of the company.
Cleared to
So
Lombardi at 7 departure, 5,000, then 6000, 10 minutes after departure.
but you're going to be like, no way.
133.0 squawk
It's going to be great, dude.
6421 Eastern 3369er.
Boston clearance, good morning. Delta 1580 with Zulus ready to pick up IFR to Orlando.
Clearance on request. Stand by. Give me 1 second for that clearance.
At Brandon Armstrong 2656.
Then as file, climb and maintain
Nice.
5000. Departure on 133.0 squawk 7533. Expect runway 33 left. Cardiac 78.
One of the other
read that correct.
features
Contact ground on
with
121.75.
FS Cargo that will be available is accessibility or not. If you turn off accessibility,
Clearance. JetBlue 203 IFR to Bermuda.
the
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Sorry, clear to Bermuda via the Brown
Doors.
7 departure. Radar
it will
vector
look a little
Right,
different,
initial climb at 5,000, departure on 133.0.
and then of course it won't have
4713.
NVDA that
JetBlue
talk on it
203,
and all
read
that
that correct.
stuff. But that's I don't
Cockpit
know a lot
lights.
about that to give you guys a lot of details on that
Delta
yet.
1549.
Instrument brightness.
Uniform at gate Charlie 29er. Requesting
Hydraulic
IFR
pumps.
to Atlanta.
Hydraulic demand pumps.
Via the Blizzard 6 departure, then is filed. Climb in 10,500.
Wipers.
Expect 380, 10 minutes after departure. Departure
Gear.
on 133.0, squawk 2443. Expect runway 22 right, Delta 1549.
Speed brake.
Clearance delivery, American 2345.
Parking
Request IFR
brake.
clearance to Miami with information hotel ready to copy.
Throttles.
Right, American 50.
Fuel control switches.
Information.
Nav lights.
Requesting IFR clearance to New York.
Logo lights.
Clearance on request. You're number 1.
Oxygen test.
Our Boston clearance, speedboat to Charlie Mike, information November, request IFR clearance as filed.
CDR test.
Good evening, Air Canada 677 at the gate with information Lima. I'd like to pick up my IFR clearance over to Halifax, Stanfield
Air
International.
data inertial
Airport.
reference unit.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
Stand by.
Clearance delivery, American 2263, ready for IFR clearance.
Clearance, good morning, United 636. Stand Echo 6, request IFR to
Atlanta with information, Oscar.
Some of these guys
Good
can't
evening,
talk very
Boston
good.
Clearance Metro 27 Heavy Information November, ready to copy IFR to Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
Stand by. You're number 1.
It's Charles de Gaulle, Below Lobster 8 departure, climb to 5,000, departure 118.25 squawk 5341, Metro 27 Heavy.
Emergency exit.
Boston Clearance, Western 3657 with Quebec. Ready to copy IFR to Providence
FMC,
Town.
N4222.4W0710.3. FMC, enter inertial position. FMC, N4222.4W0710.3. FMC, enter inertial position.
Clear to O'Hare via the Hunley 7 departure, then a file. We'll climb maintain 5,000. Departure on 133.0, squawk 3341. And we'll expect runway 22 left for departure for American 28.
Alright. First officer's putting in
Round
position.
1.75 when ready for
Won't be much
American
longer, we'll be
350.
doing walk around.
Boston delivery American 1906, request IFR clearance to Boston. Correction, I request IFR to Reagan International.
Clearance on
Walk around.
Stand by.
And there's a walk around.
Clear to Reagan International via Fox 7 departure, India should climb 5,000 feet, departure on 133.0.
I'm going to perform a walk around now.
5 and expect runway 2 to right, American 1906.
Going payload completed, now we're
American
doing
1906,
route.
read back correct. Contact ground on 121.75.
Two to 6 Lima requesting IFR clearance to JFK.
Clearance on request. You're number 1.
Oh my god. Get a new mic.
Expecting flight over 2201.
That's so ridiculous.
Departure 133.03413 and expect wait left.
That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Oh my god.
Boston Clearance, American 1146, with information Bravo. Request IFR clearance to Philadelphia.
Boston Clearance, good evening. American 780s ready for IFR to Philadelphia.
Alright, let's do our...
American 780s cleared to Philly via the SOC 7, then is filed. Climb and maintain 5,000. Expect 340 and 10. Departure 133.0. Squawk 7642, and we'll be looking for
33 left.
Thank you, American 780.
Cleared to Halifax via the Lobster 8 departure, then is filed. Climb and maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 35010 minutes after departure. Departure on 133.0, squawk 6454, and we'll expect runway 22 right. Air Canada 137.
Boston Clearance, Southwest 1499 with Bravo, request IFR clearance to Baltimore.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
Now we'll do our arrival.
Alright, clear to Los Angeles, Highland 7 departure, then is filed. Initial climb to 5,000,
28
departure
right.
on 33.0, squawk 2731, Delta 321 Heavy.
Clear delivery Echo 913 IFR to Philly with information Golf.
Diamond
Clearance,
5.
Westwind 3657, like to procure my clearance for Providence, Westwind 3657. Pick up my clearance for Providence, and I have Echo.
Clearance on request. You're number 1.
Air Charter Express 132 requested IFR clearance. Air Charter Express 132 requesting IFR clearance to Abu Dhabi.
Clearance on request. Stand by.
Okay.
Boston Clearance, JetBlue 772 requesting IFR
Flight 15
to
today.
JFK West Charlie.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
152 VR.
Runway
Or
9
V1.
7 departure. Initial climb to 5,000. Flight level 240, 10 minutes after. Departure
151 for V1. 154 for VR.
Boston clearance, good afternoon.
157 for
Delta
V2.
1864 with information echo.
5.50
requesting IFR clearance
for
to Puerto Rico.
trim. 5.50.
2527 ready to pick up our IFR to DFW.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
Close all doors.
Via the Blazer 6, Dennis files, climb maintain 5,000, expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure. Departures 133.0, squawk 5224.
No issues with the aircraft.
American 2527.
American 25.
Thrust asymmetry system.
Ground will be on 121.75.
Clearance Walker 8338, looking to pick up IFR LaGuardia.
And then
generators.
LaGuardia via the path
Let's
7
go
departure,
ahead.
Climb maintain 5,000 feet, expect 16,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure 133.0,
Window
squawk
heat.
5641, and departure runway change to runway 33 left, Walker 8338.
Seatbelt signs.
Head simulation on.
Smoking signs.
Hydraulic sound on.
Fire test.
Clear to Heathrow via WAPS 8 departure, expect runway
Then
04 right, initial climb to 5,000 feet, departure on 118.25, squawk 4544.
go to FS Cargo.
Beaver 51 heavy, read back correct.
Engine
Ground
start
is on
switches.
121.75, safe flight, sir.
Go to doors, stairs, and jetways.
Fuel pumps.
We're gonna close and secure the cockpit door.
Wing anti-ice.
Closing cockpit door. Now locking cockpit door. Cockpit is secure, Captain.
Engine anti-ice.
4,000, 10 minutes after departure, GA0, departure frequency 118.25,
Beacon lights.
466, extra runway.
And if you ever have a problem where your
Green light.
jetway didn't disconnect or the chock didn't
Turn off lights.
disconnect, you just hit a button in FS Cargo and it just releases them,
Strobe lights.
or to put them back, and vice versa.
Equipment cooling.
Boston, American 411, looking for IFR
Gasper.
clearance to Washington, D.C.
Recirculation fans.
Via the Pad 7 departure, then as far. Climb and maintain 5,000.
Air temperature.
Flight level 380, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is going to be on 133.0, squawk 1431. I can expect runway 09.
Trim air.
411.
Isolation bleeds. Engine bleeds.
Boston clearance,
Outflow
Solaris
valves.
151. We are at the Bravo gates with information.
Landing altitude
November,
selector.
requesting IFR clearance to the Los Angeles airport.
FE's mode.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
FE's range.
Clear to Los Angeles, Highland 7 minutes filed up to 5,000 initially, 320
Barrow selector.
minutes after departure on 133.0.
And first officer should
Altimeters.
close the door here in a minute. I hate that they open that door.
Flight
It's so
directors.
loud. I'm gonna turn that setting off, I think. I
Auto
don't even
throttle.
need it.
And requesting IFR to Orlando International with information uniform.
Airspeed.
Clearance on request, you're number 1.
Heading.
Cleared to Orlando via the Pad 6 departure, then as filed, climb and maintain 5,000.
Altitude.
Flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure on
Auto brakes.
133.0, squawk 2442, and departure runway change to 4 right for Delta 45.
Transponder.
Clearance delivery, Canada 8896 for
TCOS test.
X-ray, looking to pick up our clearance to Halifax, please. Boston, clearance delivery, JetBlue 459, looking to pick up IFR clearance to Palm Beach.
Clearance on request, you're number 1.
Okay, clear to West Palm Beach and filed via the SOC 7 departure. Initial climb 5,000 feet, expect 360, 10 minutes after departure, which is on 133.0, squawk 6556, and we're to expect
Warnings.
22 right, JetBlue 459.
Wait for system.
Boston clearance delivery JetBlue 451 IFR to Orlando.
All set for the checklist, Captain.
Echo 913, IFR to Philly with information golf.
Boston clear.
Pre-flight checklist.
Today, Southwest
Oxygen.
2354, request
Tested.
IFR clearance to Philadelphia.
Flight instruments.
Set.
Parking brake.
Boston clear, switch at 1528, ready to copy IFR to
Fuel
LaGuardia.
control switches.
Off.
Clear to LaGuardia via the
Pre-flight
Pathfinder
checklist
departure,
completed.
and as followed, we'll come to
Parking brake on.
Departure 133
Before start flow.
6464 in the box.
Disconnect
for
jetway.
Metro 1528.
Clearance Walker 8338, looking to pick up IFR to LaGuardia. Cleared to LaGuardia via the Path 7 departure, then is filed. Climb maintain 5,000 feet. Expect 16,000.
Yeah, I hate when that voice starts stuttering and stuff. It's so annoying.
And departure runway change to runway 33 left on Walker 8338.
Say Intentions need to do something about that, because that is really aggravating.
APU.
Alright, cleared to Harrisburg via the Pat 7 departure, then is filed, maintain 5,000. Expect 360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is 133.0. Squawk 2271. Expect 22 right. Black check 413.
Boston clearance, flash 153, over to copper, clearance to Miami.
Jet Papa Mike Romeo. Request clearance to Montreal is filed.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
Cleared to Montreal via Highland 7 departure, then is filed 5,000, then 12,000. Departure 133.0, squawk 7625, expect 33 left. Papa Mike Romeo.
Boston clearance, good evening. This is Southwest Airlines 1179. We are ready to copy our clearance to Washington, D.C. With information, Victor.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
661 requesting IFR clearance to San Juan information, Victor.
Clearance on request. You're number one.
San Juan departure, runway 15 via the Brun 7 departure, then...
I might just turn the headset off, because it does take away quite a bit. I think I'm not going to use the headset until we take off, and then once we take off,
Hydraulic pumps.
then I'll put the headset on.
Boston clearance.
Hydraulic demand pumps.
November 3378 Romeo at Cessna 172. VFR to Chatham. Request flight following.
Fuel pumps.
With information Kilo for 3,500 feet.
Beacon lights.
And clearance American 48, looking for
Ground power unit.
to Chicago here this morning with Sierra. Alright, get no here this morning via the Highland 7, then it's found, climb maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure 33.0, we're squawking 7473. And we'll plan for 32 left at O'Hare. Thanks.
Georgia Beer, that's a little while, guys.
Clearance Delta 1138, ready for IFR clearance to Minneapolis. Via the Highlands departure, then as filed, climb maintain 5,000.
But yeah, Brandon,
GSX menu.
nice thing is you can jump to one way and it don't mess up your track.
Doors.
3.0, squawk 4274.
Seatbelt signs.
22 right.
On.
Delta 1138.
Airspeed. 159er.
159er. Checked.
Heading. 330.
330. Checked.
Altitude.
Give me 1 second for that.
5000.
5000.
Okay, requesting IFR to
Takeoff
Palm
speeds.
Beach, please. For
V1. 151. VR.
Request. Stand by.
151. V2.
Express 132
1
Back
Leonard
contact
Armstrong
ground
2656.
when ready.
Thank goodness for that. I always hated having to pause my tracker with fear of messing it up.
CDU pre-flight.
Yeah, I know it.
Completed.
Trim.
Set.
Clearance, American
Departure briefing.
Completed.
Philadelphia, ready to copy.
Beacon lights.
On.
Check jet 312.
Before start checklist
requesting
completed.
IFR to Toronto. No. I need IFR to Toronto, please.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
Clear Toronto via the Logan departure that is filed. Climb
Cabin crew announcements
5,000.
here.
Expect
Alt +4 for safety
320.
briefing. Alt +5
10
for
minutes
takeoff
after departure.
announcement.
Departure on
Alt +1 for
133.0
cruise.
squawk
Alt +2 for descent. Alt +3 for after landing.
7571 and
Press
expecting
Control
4
+Tab
left.
to return to the dashboard.
Excite jet 312.
Flight Blizzard 6 departure, and then it's filed. Climb maintain 5,000, expecting flight
Ladies
level
and gentlemen,
32010
welcome aboard Delta
minutes after
Airlines.
departure.
This is your cabin
And
crew
departure
with some
will be
important
on
safety information for your flight today aboard our Boeing 777 to 300
and
aircraft.
we'll be
We
looking
ask that
for
you please give us your full
33
attention for the next few minutes, even if you are a frequent flyer. Your seatbelt fastens and adjusts like this. Insert the metal fitting into the buckle and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release, lift
Clearance
the
on
top of the
request,
buckle.
you're number 1.
We recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight. There are 10 emergency exits on this aircraft. 2 at the front of the aircraft, 4 over the wings, and 4 at the rear. Exit signs are illuminated in green above each door. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop from the compartment above your seat. Pull the mask toward you, place it over your nose and mouth, and breathe normally. Please secure your own mask before assisting others. Your seat cushion can be used as a flotation device. Remove it from under your seat, hold it firmly against your chest, and use it to keep yourself afloat. In the unlikely event of a water landing, life vests are located under your seat. Place the vest over your head, secure the straps around your waist, and inflate by pulling the red tabs only when outside the aircraft. All electronic devices must be in airplane mode for the duration of the flight. Smoking is strictly prohibited on all Delta flights, including electronic cigarettes. Federal regulations require compliance with all posted placards and all instructions given by the flight crew. Thank you for your attention. We wish you a pleasant flight to KSFO.
1372, expect 22 right, American 1893.
And there was our safety announcement.
Boston clearance, JetBlue 2255 is stand 28 with information echo. Request IFR clearance to KDCA as filed.
Toronto 121.75, American 1906.
Good morning, Boston clearance, Delta 235, heavy rated copy IFR
FS Cargo. Delta.
Washington Dulles.
Balance $20,250.
Hello, Captain, we are ready for pushback.
Reputation average.
Boston clearance, American 2450, ready to copy IFR clearance to Detroit. And we have information November.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
To Detroit, Highland 7 departure, then is filed, climate.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Departure 133.0, squawk 7.
At Brandon Armstrong 2656. Is it going to eventually be able to detect the phases of flight and be able to make those announcements automatically without you having to do anything?
I'm working on that clearance.
I just did that one and see if the button worked, Brandon. It actually does it by itself.
Locking gear.
You'll see that here in a minute.
Expect runway 4 left. Confirm that the
I just don't know when it was, it might do it again. We'll see. But yes, they do the, if you turn them on, they'll do them on their own, and I've got them turned on.
At Orin 8722. Hi all.
What's up, Josh? Alright, we'll go left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
Parking brake off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
.0 and squawk 2332 and we'll expect, what was the runway?
Air Charter Express 132
We're taking off soon.
IFR.
Please buckle up.
Engine start switches.
Your safety is
Air Charter Express 132.
Starting engine 2.
Now let's say intention.
Fuel control switches.
I didn't turn off say intention, so.
Flyers. Remember to fasten
The
Stand by.
messages, anyways.
Boston clearance delivery JetBlue
Not yet.
451 IFR to Orlando.
At Orin
I'll have your
8722.
clearance in just a second.
I gotta try the new taxi system in blind
Boston
assist
clearance
soon.
delivery, good evening, JetBlue 451 IFR to Orlando.
I'm not even. I've got too much other stuff I'm doing. I'm not even gonna mess with that program.
Philadelphia will be the SOC 7 departure, then it's filed, climb maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 36010 minutes after departure. Departure on 133.0, squawk 4513. We'll expect runway 22 right, American 1776.
0 knots.
Please set parking brakes.
Clear to Orlando
via the SOC 7 departure.
Engine 2 started.
For a good engine start.
Minutes after departure.
Engine start switches.
3.0, squawk 6554.
Starting engine 1.
Expect 15 right.
Fuel control switches.
1570.
Southwest 30.
Stand by.
Clear to Baltimore, Washington via the Pat 7 departure. Dennis file, climb maintain 5000. Expect 340 minutes after departure. Departure frequency on 118.25, squawk 6661, and we'll expect runway 22.
Alright, here comes engine 1.
Southwest 3910, read back correct.
Boston clearance, November 40 Victor Kilo is a Diamond Star with information Quebec. Request clearance out of the Bravo airspace to the south at 1,500 feet.
Give me 1 second for that clearance. Clearance on request, you're number 1.
Engine 1 started.
Request
Parking brake on.
9. Boston clearance, good afternoon, Allegiant 3002.
Cockpit to ground.
Sarasota.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Clearance on request, stand by.
Boston delivery, good morning, Air Canada 8603 with information Kilo on board, request IFR clearance to Montreal.
Alright.
I'm working on that clearance, stand by.
Clear to Montreal via the Highland 7 departure.
All engines stabilized.
Climb and maintain 5,000 feet, expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure. We have runway 22 left for takeoff, squawking 6462 and departure frequency on 133.0.
Let's get our trim set real quick.
After start flow.
American 2450.
APU.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
We have information November.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Via Batis Serra 6 Depot H. Claim and Mountain 5000. Expected Uno 60. Skybox A6341. Spectre route.
Oh, I went too high.
Right.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, read back correct. Ground will be on 121.75.
So Boston clearance, Delta 19, request clearance to Detroit.
5.50, right on the money.
Clearance, American 198,
Alright.
Bravo.
Let's go ahead and...
Information, Golf, requesting IFR to Philadelphia.
Stand by, you're number 1.
Alright, clear to Philadelphia, stock 7 departure, then it's filed, climb maintain 5,000, expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure
Parking brake off.
0 squawk 3266, we'll expect runway 33 left for American
Release the
198.
parking brake.
Taxi flow.
I'm going to set it again.
Taxi
That
lights.
way,
Good afternoon, Delta 22.
Turn off lights.
Pick up IFR clearance to Village Durham.
Cockpit lights.
Village Durham, airport and flight via SOC 7 departure.
VNAV.
Climb 4,000. 10 minutes after departure, G80, departure
LNAV.
118.25, squawk 4466, extra runway left.
Flaps.
Delta 22, 83, thank you.
Clearance American 2815, requesting IFR departure to Chicago.
Clearance on request, stand by.
Clock.
Clear to Tampa via the Pat 7 departure.
Alright.
Climb to maintain 5,000. Expect flight
Taxi checklist.
10 minutes after
Anti-ice.
departure. And we'll departure
Set.
133.0.
Recall.
And we'll
Checked.
squawk 5133.
Auto brakes.
Departure.
Rejected
runway
takeoff.
change to 22 left.
Flight control test.
Boston clearance, this is American 275. Requesting IFR clearance.
go to the left,
Full left.
center,
Neutral.
to the right,
Full right.
center,
Neutral.
straight
Full
back,
back.
all the way
Full
forward.
forward.
Checked.
Taxi checklist completed. Parking brake on.
Alright, parking brake is on. Alright, let's go ahead. Go ahead and connect the tower request taxi. Or request taxi, my apology. I think we're say take off, but we're not runway yet.
Barrage 78 IFR to Recife, ready to copy clearance.
Clearance on request. Stand by.
Requesting IFR clearance to Las Vegas.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Boston Currents, good afternoon, American 454, Boeing 737, gate Bravo 11. Request IFR clearance to Toronto. We have information.
Activate SUT W2S. I will be back.
Just a second.
Boston clearance from American 1813 requesting IFR departure to Charlotte, North Carolina.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
Charlotte, Pat 7 departure, then is final. Climb and maintain 5,000. Expect 380, 10 after departure. Departure 133.0. Squawk 7244, runway 27.
American 2450, read back correct.
661, gate Charlie 14, requesting IFR clearance to San Juan, information Victor.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
Flight Blizzard 6 departure, and then it's filed. Climb maintain 5,000, expecting flight level 32010 minutes after departure. And departure will be
Hold on 1 second, guys.
133.0, squawking 4141, and we'll be looking for 33 left for American 8089.
Boston International JetBlue 8353, ready to copy IFR to New York.
Clearance on request. You're number one.
Boston clearance, American 198, IFR to LaGuardia.
Did you get our taxi clearance?
Departure, then it's filed. Climb maintain 5,000, 12,000, 10 minutes after. Departure
I'll contact
133,
ground for
squawk
taxi clearance now,
3511,
John.
runway 22 left, American 198.
American 198, read back correct.
Clearance, JetBlue 95 requesting clearance to Kennedy.
Stand by. You're number one.
Boston clearance, Meridian 1243, requesting IFR
At Cockpit Talk 228.
Bangor.
Hey guys.
Information Papa.
Hey George, what's up, buddy?
Cleared to Bangor via the Lobster 8 departure.
We're working on taking off here in a minute.
Select flight level 25010 minutes after departure. Departure on 133.0, squawk 7371. Expect runway 22 right.
At Cockpit Talk 228. Nice.
Boston clearance, cardiac 78. Cancel that. Boston clearance.
Boston clearance, American 198, gate Bravo 17. Information, golf.
At Brandon Armstrong 2656. Boy, this co-pilot sure isn't getting a taxi clearance.
I know, dude. I don't.
360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure 133.0,
I'd do it myself.
3266. We'll expect runway 33 left for American 198.
Clearance, American 18.
Air France 333 Juliet, cross runway 22 right.
Crossing 22 right, Air France 333 Juliet.
Delta 1007 ready to push.
Alright, hold on 1 second.
Pushback approved.
Pushback approved, Delta 1007.
Boston ground, very good. Afternoon, Vision 2 Tango Whiskey. Request push and start.
Vision 2 Tango Whiskey Heavy, push and start approved, tail north.
Delta Heavy, ready for taxi.
Vision 2 Tango Whiskey Heavy.
American 784, contact tower on 128.8.
Getting underway shortly, so please make sure you're seated.
Delta Heavy, ready for taxi.
Carrier 115 ready to put. Carrier 115 cleared for push and start. Push and start approved, Carrier 115.
Delta 50 Heavy, Boston Ground, runway 22 left taxi via Alpha November, hold short of runway 15 right. Runway 22 left via Alpha November, hold short of runway 15 right. Delta 50 Heavy.
Georgia 661, Bay Charlie 14, request push and stop.
Delta Heavy, can we get runway 33 left for takeoff?
JetBlue 661, push and start approved. Hornet 1583, you're number 2, follow the A320 ahead. Delta 50 Heavy, runway 33 left approved, taxi via Alpha November, hold short of runway 33 left.
Okay, that's better.
Ready to taxi.
Okay, let me go to...
Runway 22 right taxi via Alpha, November, hold short of runway 15 right, then November 2.
Runway 22 right taxi via Alpha, November, hold short of runway 15 right, then November 2.
Won't be much longer and I won't need to use this first officer at all.
FedEx 1406, give way to the American A319 on your right.
That.
Give way to the American A319, FedEx 1406. American 527 ready to taxi. American 2527, runway 27 taxi via Alpha, Alpha 2, Bravo, Echo, hold short of runway 4 left, then Papa, Delta, hold short of runway 4 right, Delta, hold short of runway 33 left, then Delta, runway 27 taxi via Alpha, Alpha 2, Bravo, Echo, hold short of runway 4 left, then Papa, Delta, hold short of runway 4 right.
On
Delta,
runway
3,
landing lights,
left.
cabin crew prepare for takeoff. Strobe lights.
3 left remaining. 9,000.
Auto throttle.
100 feet.
Boutique 866 ready to taxi.
FE's
You want to go
filter.
ahead and connect the tower and request takeoff.
FE's filter.
Runway 15 right taxi via Bravo, Lima, Boutique
Connecting to tower
866.
now.
Transponder.
Southwest 685 ready. Juliet ready to taxi.
Takeoff checklist. Cabin crew.
Notified.
Flaps.
Holding
Set.
short of runway 33 left.
Takeoff
ready to
checklist
depart.
completed.
Delta 50 Heavy, Boston Tower, runway 33 left, cleared for takeoff.
Parking brake off.
Brickyard 3452, hold short of runway 4 left.
Runway 33 left, cleared for takeoff. Delta 50 Heavy.
Delta 1130, hold short of runway 33 left.
33L, holding short, Delta 1130.
Stabilized.
JetBlue 891,
Thrust
hold
set.
short of runway 15 right.
Check.
40 knots.
Speed alive.
Check.
60 knots.
Delta
80 knots.
637,
80 knots.
contact ground on
Check.
121.75.
100 knots. 120 knots.
Air Canada 768, cross runway 33 right.
140 knots.
V1, rotate.
160 knots.
KR 501, hold short of runway 33
Positive
left.
rate.
33L, holding short, here 501.
Gear up.
JetBlue 311, cross runway 22 right.
Okay, so it didn't go off.
400 feet. Autopilot on.
Cabin crew announcements for you.
West wind
Alt plus 4 for safety
3657,
briefing.
welcome to
Alt
Boston,
plus 5 for
contact
takeoff
ground on
announcement. Alt plus 1 for
121.75.
cruise. Alt plus 2 for descent. Alt plus 3 for after landing. Press Control plus Tab to return to the dashboard.
Flaps up.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of your captain,
Acceleration
and the entire Delta
altitude.
Airlines crew, welcome aboard. We are now airborne and climbing to our cruising altitude. Our flight today is departing from KBOS with service to KSFO, operated by Delta. Please
Okay,
keep your
that's a
seatbelt
bug
fastened
there
until
that
the
they're,
airtimes are even
Moby's
while
working
fastest
on. It
1,500.
said the airport code
We may
instead.
encounter unexpected turbulence at
He's
any point
working on
during the
that
flight.
though.
Once we reach cruising altitude, your flight attendants will begin cabin service. We appreciate your patience during the climb. Sit back, relax, and thank you for choosing Delta today.
Delta 50 Heavy.
Container 7 Hotel Tango, flight direct final, clear for
I
the
think I
ILS,
might have had
After takeoff, flow.
I think I might have had
Turn off
the
light.
setting for that one to go off on its own. I think I had it turned off.
FE's filter.
Because you can set them individually. So,
FE's range. After takeoff checklist. Flaps.
Up.
Gear.
Up.
After takeoff checklist completed.
Direct TJ.
Alright, I put on my
Center file,
headset.
Delta 50 Heavy.
makes it a bit better.
American 2615, climb and maintain flight level 280.
Climb and maintain 280, American 2615.
You can still hear the
JetBlue 891.
stuff in the background, just not as loud.
150 for 5,000. Turn right heading 190, vectors to Kenway, then on course, JetBlue 891. Boston departure, JetBlue 891, declines the path 7.
But
please.
if that is still a bug, he'll fix that easy. It's not a... Considering it's not even out for beta yet,
Flight level
there's
230,
quite a bit
Delta
that
50 Heavy.
does work. So,
Boston departure, Mountain
like Brandon said, you're going to have bugs. It's just the way it is.
Mountain 8973, radar contact.
But there is some really good stuff about to
Climb and maintain flight level
pop around the
280,
corner,
1906.
guys, and I can't wait. Cannot wait.
0.25, Delta 855.
I'm absolutely anxious about it. I'm so ready.
2,000 feet to 5,000 feet.
Climb and maintain 14,000, turn right heading 185, vectors to Sox, and on course JetBlue 855.
JetBlue 855, climb and maintain flight level 210.
Climb and maintain flight level 210, JetBlue 855. Departure JetBlue 855, 1,700, climbing to 5,000.
Alaska 1903, contact Boston Center on 133.325.
133.325, the Alaska 1903.
Departure Brickyard 5619, 2000 for 4000. Brickyard 5619, radar contact, climb and maintain 11-1000.
Climb 11-1000, Brickyard.
I'm going to go ahead and request our cruise altitude, flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 300.
Maintain flight level 300.
Requesting climb to flight level 360 now, John.
6,000. Up to 16,000, JetBlue 321.
Boston departure, Delta 50 Heavy. Requesting climb to flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Yeah, and there's some more good sounds coming here real soon as well, Brandon. But yeah, I thought that the sounds for the cargo was, I mean, I'm sorry, but way better than GSX.
Delta 50 Heavy.
Definitely sounded a lot better, for sure.
0780, radar contact.
And Moby did that, so like he's added some good stuff to this.
Brickyard 5814, contact Boston Center on 128.75. Over to Boston Center on 128.75, Brickyard 5814. Up to 8,000, Vec 100 on the heading, vectors to Claw.
United 1183, climb and maintain flight level 220.
FS Cargo.
220
Delta.
for 1183.
Balance $20,250.
United 1183,
Reputation
climb
average.
and maintain flight level 280.
Departure November 8260, 52,000 for 4,000.
November 82605, radar contact, climb and maintain 4000.
November
5605. Departure Brickyard 5666.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Brickyard 5666, radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000. Out of 2,000 for 10,000, Brickyard
The use of
5666.
approved electronic devices is now permitted in flight mode. Cabin service will begin shortly. Thank you for your patience.
JetBlue 161, radar contact, climb and maintain 17,000.
Wind 264 degrees at 30 knots. Visibility 10 miles or more. Temperature 2 Celsius, 36 Fahrenheit. Visual conditions. Flight conditions, VFR. No cloud layers detected yet this flight.
Descending to 3,000 cleared for the ILS 22 left approach, Delta 1033.
Boston departure, American 1047 is 2,000, climbing 5,000. Turn left 305, altitude up to 10,000, American 1047.
American 1047, climb and maintain flight level 200.
Climb and maintain flight level 200, American 1047.
Up to 8,000, spec 100 on the heading, vectors to claw.
United 1183, climb and maintain flight level 220.
220 for 1183.
United 1183, climb and maintain flight level 280.
Boston departure, American 784, climbing 2,000 for 5,000.
American 784, Boston departure, radar contact, turn left heading 090, vectors to Bro, then on course.
Weather monitor settings say.
Turn left heading 090, vectors to Baroque, American 784.
American 784, climb and maintain.
Alright, we are on our way, guys.
JetBlue 129er, direct loaner, cleared for the ILS runway 27 approach, descend and maintain 3,000 feet until established.
Down to 3,000 cleared for the ILS 27 approach, JetBlue 129er.
Departure Delta 1655, 2,000 for 4,000.
Delta 1655, radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000.
Climb 10,000, Delta 1655.
4,000.
JetBlue 117, radar contact, climb and maintain 9,000.
9,000, JetBlue 117. Crusader 7 Hotel Tango contact, Boston Tower on 128.80,000.
Alright, let's check out some emails here.
128.80,000, Crusader 7 Hotel Tango.
Before I do that, give me 1 second, guys.
Up to flight level 240, Speedbird 51.
Delta 50 Heavy, contact Boston Center on 128.325.
Transition altitude.
Center on 128.325, Delta 50 Heavy. Boston Center, Delta 50 Heavy. Good evening, climbing through 17,000 for flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Boston Center, good evening.
Delta 2361, contact Boston Center on 128.325.
128.325, ECU, Delta 2361. United 2603, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.975 at United 2603.
With 4224, contact Toronto Center on 134.925.
134.925, Envoy 4224, thanks for the help.
Brickyard 5733, contact Boston Center on 127.975. 127.975, Brickyard 5733.
Boston Center, United 2464, level 240.
United 2464, Boston Center, good evening. Speedbird 324, Boston Center, good evening.
Boston Center, good evening. Speedbird 324, ready for descent.
Delta 2685, contact Boston Center on 127.975. 127.975 for Delta 2685.
Brickyard
Brickyard 5798, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for Brickyard 5798.
JetBlue 932, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Switching to Boston Center on 127.9 or 75, the JetBlue 932.
JetBlue 1118, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 out, JetBlue 1118.
Bearing 1286 Alpha, contact Albany departure on 132.825.
Contact Albany departure 132.825. Good day.
Bearing 1286 Alpha, contact Burlington departure on 121.1.
Over to Burlington departure 121.1. Good day.
United 2691, contact
Entering
Boston
clouds,
Center
25,905 feet.
7.975, United 2691.
Air Engine 587, contact Philadelphia approach on 127.6.
127.6 for Air Engine 587. Good day.
JetBlue 1952, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for JetBlue 1952.
Brickyard 5648, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75. 127.9 or 75.
Climbing out of clouds.
Brickyard 5648.
Visual conditions
CU.
restored at 27,355 feet. Cloud layer, base 25,905 feet. Top 27,355 feet.
Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75, ICU American 1386.
Brickyard 4499, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Entering clouds at 28,334 feet.
127.9 or 75 for Brickyard 4499.
Boston Center, hello, Vision 4 Romeo Kilo, Pebble 320.
Vision 4 Romeo Kilo, Boston Center, good evening.
At Orin 8722. That's pretty impressive.
Brickyard 5727, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Yeah, it is, dude. I'm excited about that.
Climbing
I
out
love
of
it.
clouds. Visual conditions restored at 29,246 feet. Cloud layer, base 28,334 feet. Top 29,246 feet.
2464, level 240.
United 2464, Boston Center, good evening. Speedbird 324, Boston Center, good evening.
Boston Center, good evening. Speedbird 324, ready for descent.
Delta 9755, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75, the Delta 9755. Delta 19, contact Boston
At
Center
Orin
on
8722.
120.35.
Wouldn't it make sense to announce the layers when entering clouds?
Air Transat 197, contact Montreal approach on 134.15.
Over to Montreal approach on 134.15, Transat 197.
At Orin 8722. It says them when exiting them.
I mean, it don't really matter if it says it before or after. Either way, you're going through the clouds, so it don't really make a difference, to be honest. But it's probably a setting that can probably be adjusted. But either way, yeah.
Bearing 1286 Alpha, contact Albany departure on 132.825.
Contact Albany departure 132.825. Good day.
Baron 1286 Alpha, contact Burlington departure on 121.1.
Over to Burlington departure 121.1. Good day.
JetBlue 1152, contact Boston Center on 127.9075.
127.9075 for JetBlue 1152, good day.
Brickyard 4503, contact Boston Center on 127.9075.
127.9075 for Brickyard 4503. Good day.
From the flight deck, we've reached our cruising altitude. We hope you enjoyed today's flight. We'll certainly do our best to make it as enjoyable as possible. When the seatbelt sign is off, you're free to get up and move about the cabin. However, when seated, please keep your seatbelts fastened as turbulence can occur at any time. Thanks again and welcome aboard.
I mean, it's kind of like, Brandon said, it don't really matter. To me, it doesn't matter if it tells it before or after, because either way, we're still going through it. Even if it read it before we went through it, same information we're going to get when we go through it. So...
Delta to 19, contact Boston Center on 120.35.
And if it was severe, there's other stuff that it would do, and I'm not going to give that away right yet, but yeah.
Good day, everyone. Cabin service will begin shortly,
Okay, that did it
offering
on
a
its
selection
own.
of refreshments. If you would like to receive service, please have your tray table ready. Thank you for flying with us today.
That's an automatic message. It's awesome.
Dear guests, the cabin crew will now begin the snack and beverage
Brickyard
service.
5725, contacte con el centro de Boston en 127.975.
After the service, selected items will be dumped
127.975
to
for
airline
Brickyard
shop.
5725.
Thank you for your attention and enjoy your flight.
All right. Let me see. I want to
FS Cargo.
see.
Delta. Balance $20,250. Reputation average. Cabin crew announcements view. Alt +4 for safety briefing. Alt +5 for takeoff announcement. Alt +1 for cruise. Alt +2 for descent.
Oh, I
Alt
didn't
+3.
mean that. Okay.
FS Cargo.
That's just hotkeys.
Delta. Balance $20,250. Reputation average.
2, Haven 6420.
Haven 6420 heavy, radar contact.
Ladies and
4
gentlemen,
miles
we have
east
reached
of
our
McKinney
cruising
Airport
altitude.
at flight level
On behalf of your captain and the entire Delta
Susquehanna,
Airlines crew, we
altimeter
would like to thank you for your
2985,
patience during the
clear
climb.
direct
Our flight
HNK.
today is operating from KBOS to KSFO. Shortly, your flight attendants will begin in-flight service, offering a selection of beverages and complimentary snacks.
Like I said, that's
If there is
going to be
anything we can do to make your
fixed.
flight more
For some
comfortable,
reason, it's
please do not
announcing
hesitate to
the
press the call
airport
button,
code.
and one of our crew members will be happy to assist you.
I think you already
We
said
do
he
ask
knows
that
what
you
he's
keep
got
your
to do.
seatbelt
I
fastened
just haven't
properly,
grabbed
even when
the,
the fasten seatbelt sign
I've
is
not
turned
grabbed
on,
the
as we may encounter
updated
unexpected
file yet.
turbulence. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of your flight. Thank you for choosing Delta Airlines.
November 82605, contact Lebanon Tower on 125.9 or 50,000.
On to 125.9 or 50,000 in November 82605. Good day.
All right. Looking good here, guys. And like I said, just remember whenever you start using this program, as soon as it comes out, even those of you that's going to be doing it in beta, make sure you deboard and unload cargo before you hit deliver to confirm your delivery, because it will cut you off half of the profit you would make by doing it the right way. Okay, I wanted to see.
Two cloud layers detected this flight. Layer 1, base 25,905 feet, top 27,355 feet. Layer 2, base 28,334 feet, top 29,246 feet.
So you can look at your cloud layers that you've detected so far. You can go back and look at that to show you how many cloud layers that you had during your flight.
Flight level 320.
Pretty cool stuff.
Exec Jet 312, Boston Center, good evening.
Cabin crew announcements view. Alt+4 for safety briefing. Alt+5 for takeoff announcement.
Okay, I didn't want to do that. Okay.
Alt+ FS cargo.
We don't want to go in there.
Delta.
Okay.
Balance $20,250. Reputation average.
And then under business,
checking in.
you've got business profile,
279,000
add funds to business,
or
add funds to pilot,
11,000.
edit pilot information,
777 Boston Center, good evening.
hangar repairs, that's not available right now because it's not done.
Haven
And then you got
6420 heavy,
profit
contact
split
Burlington approach on
settings, so you can
121.1.
adjust how much you make to how much your business makes, unless you don't own your own company. You can't adjust how much the company that you're working for makes. Request loan, view loans. Then you can view your profile, your logbook, your stats, personal aircraft, teleport to runway, teleport to gate/ramp, And then, of course, the door stairs and jetways. And remember, under that one, you can set the chocks or remove them. You can close and secure the cockpit door. 737 actually has a cockpit door, but on the triple, it does simulate it. And then you can control all the doors and even the jetways. I don't think I missed anything there, but and then that's being worked on. I'm not gonna bring that up.
Boston Center, United 2464, level 240.
United 2464, Boston Center, good evening. Speedbird 324, Boston Center, good evening.
Anyways.
Boston Center, good evening. Speedbird 324, ready for descent.
Delta 50 Heavy, contact Boston Center on 124.125.
Switching to Boston Center on 124.125, Delta 50 Heavy. Boston Center, Delta 50 Heavy. Good evening, maintaining flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Boston Center, good evening.
Hey, Captain John, would you like anything to drink or a
Delta
small snack?
2269, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Over to Boston Center on 127.9 or 75 via Delta 2269.
Alright, guys. I will be back here in a few. Just hold tight.
JetBlue 2066, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for JetBlue 2066. Good day. JetBlue 118, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Over to Boston Center on 127.9 or 75, the JetBlue 118.
Brickyard 4479, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for Brickyard 4479. Good day.
United 577, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Switching to Boston Center on 127.9 or 75, here United 577.
Brickyard 4378, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75. 127.9 or 75, Brickyard 4378, see you.
At Davidsut W2S. Everyone leave. At Orin 8722. Nope. At Cockpit Talk 228. LOL. At Cockpit Talk 228. John will be back.
Switching to Cleveland Center on 128.025, Delta 50 Heavy. Cleveland Center, Delta 50 Heavy. Good evening, maintaining flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Cleveland Center. Good evening.
Brickyard 5765, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for Brickyard 5765.
At Cockpit Talk 228. I sent his partner some money last week, that should keep them going for a while.
Hey, I appreciate that, George. That's awesome, man.
United 1665, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75. 127.9 or 75 for United 1665. Good day. Brickyard 5738, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for Brickyard 5738.
At Cockpit Talk 228. He will have enough to keep the project going for quite some time.
That's awesome, dude. We appreciate it, for sure.
Delta 2269, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Over to Boston Center on 127.9 or 75 via Delta 2269.
At Davidsut W2S. George, send me where it goes, or how to send it. I will contribute as well.
Yeah, or I can. Well, yeah. If George can send it, if he wants, he can send it. Yeah, or I can send it to you. Either one.
At Cockpit Talk 228.
Contact Boston
Okay,
Center on
sent.
127.375.
Boston on 127.375. American 4552.
Brickyard 5725, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for Brickyard 5725.
I've already got all the waypoints set up for when we get there. Matter of fact, I need to go ahead.
Please send a good morning to Hotel Martin with your plan for
28 right. Let's go ahead. Alright, runway is set. We're good there as well.
Brickyard 4372, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75, ECU, Brickyard 4372.
Okay.
Cleveland Center,
All right,
Delta
here we
2091,
go.
request flight level 360.
Delta 2091, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, contact Toronto Center on 119.7.
Switching to Toronto Centre on 119.7, Delta 50 Heavy. Toronto Centre, Delta 50. Good morning, maintaining flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Toronto Center identified. Good morning.
Cargolux 226, contact Cleveland Center on 128.025.
128.025, Cargolux 226, see you.
Delta 50 Heavy, contact Toronto Center on 128.275.
Switching to Toronto Centre on 128.275, Delta 50 Heavy. Toronto Centre, Delta 50. Good morning, with you flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Toronto Center identified. Good morning.
Captain, we have an issue in the cabin. A passenger accidentally overflowed the lavatory while trying to flush a large item down. I'm currently assessing the situation and cleaning up the area. I'll keep you updated on the status.
Tango Juliet Sierra, contact Toronto Center on 135.4.
Toronto Center 35-4, have a good afternoon. Tango Juliet Sierra.
Delta 50 Heavy, contact Toronto Center on 135.3.
Contacting Toronto Centre on 135.3, Delta 50 Heavy. Toronto Centre, Delta 50. Good morning, maintaining flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Toronto Center, good morning. WestJet 2777, contact Boston Center on 128.325.
128.325, IECU WestJet 2777.
On 0,000, right turn 075, vectors to Newbury, then on course, Air Canada 586. Newbury then is filed, Air Canada 586.
Skyhawk 3 Alpha Zulu, climb 3000.
3000, Air Canada 586.
Delta 50 Heavy, contact Toronto Center on 134.375.
Contacting Toronto Centre on 134.375, Delta 50 Heavy. Toronto Centre, Delta 50. Good morning, with you flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Toronto Center, good morning. WestJet 1661, contact Toronto approach on 124.475.
Over to Toronto approach 124.475, WestJet 1661, see ya.
Delta 2422, contact Toronto approach on 124.475.
Roger, over to Toronto approach 124.475 for Delta 2420.
X-ray Whiskey Sierra, direct final. Cleared for the ILS runway 17 approach, descend and maintain 4,000 feet until established.
Out of current altitude for 4,000, cleared for the ILS 17 approach, X-ray Whiskey Sierra.
X-ray Whiskey Sierra, contact London. Pioneer radio on 119.40,000.
119.40,000, X-ray Whiskey Sierra, see you.
And Center, Air Canada 102, we're holding at Newber right now. Just wondering if we can get an EFC time.
Alright, let's take a look here, folks.
EFC 0200 Zulu, yes, but that time has passed already. We're just curious when we'll be able to keep going here.
Air Canada 102, EFC Rook 0200 Zulu.
Definitely a weird route that it had us take. We're going through Ontario right now, Canada. Coming from Boston. I don't know why it had us come up this way, but it did. Anyways, we are in Ontario right now. Then we'll work our way. Well, that's because Boston's at the top, but it makes sense, I guess.
Brickyard 5738, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.975, ECU Brickyard 5738.
Delta 50 Heavy, contact Cleveland Center on 126.525.
Switching to Cleveland Center on 126.525, Delta 50 Heavy. Cleveland Center, Delta 50 Heavy. Good morning, maintaining flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Cleveland Center. Good morning.
JetBlue 918, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.975, JetBlue 918.
United 1684, contact Toronto Center on 134.925.
134.925, United 1684. JetBlue 318, contact Boston Center on 127.975. 127.975 for JetBlue 318.
Brickyard 5826, contacte con el centro de Boston en 127.975.
127.975 at Brickyard 5826.
American 2783, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75, ECU, American 2783.
Brickyard 4367, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for Brickyard 4367. Good day.
Brickyard 5718, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Over to Boston Center, Brickyard 5718. So long.
Brickyard 3541, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75. Over to Boston Center on 127.9 or 75, show Brickyard 3541. Brickyard 5826, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75 for Brickyard 5826. Good day.
United 2001, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
On to 127.975 via United 2001, good day.
Brickyard 5668, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
On to 127.975, Brickyard 5668, good day.
JetBlue 2066, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.975 for JetBlue 2066. Good day.
Brickyard 4458, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.975 for Brickyard 4458. Good day.
United 688, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.975, here United 688, thanks for the help.
contact Chicago Center on 126.125.
Switching to Chicago Center on 126.125, Delta 50 Heavy. Chicago Center, Delta 50 Heavy. Good morning at flight level 360.
Delta 50 Heavy, Chicago Center, good morning.
JetBlue 774, contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
Switching to Boston Center on 127.9 or 75 at JetBlue 774.
Lufthansa for Echo, request ILS runway 27 left.
Lufthansa 14 Heavy, runways 27 right and 27 center are active. Expect the ILS runway 27 left approach.
Lufthansa 14 Echo would like and shortcut.
United 2603, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.9 or 75 at United 2603.
Hey, Captain John, would you like anything to drink or a small snack?
Contact Boston Center on 127.9 or 75.
127.9 or 75, here United 688, thanks for the help.
JetBlue 318, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.975 for JetBlue 318.
Fire at or above 4,000 feet, altimeter 3010, KLM 611.
KLM 611 Heavy, contact Chicago approach on 133.625.
Contact in Chicago approach on 133.625, KLM 611.
JetBlue 918, contact Boston Center on 127.975.
127.975, JetBlue 918, thanks for the help.
we're currently in St. Joseph, Michigan. We got 3 hours till we can start our descent into San Francisco.
One 1,617.4 miles, 479,609 low, right 100. One 1,615.6 miles, 479,040 low, right 100.
Hold on, guys. This ILS was turned on. Let me turn that off. Okay, ILS is off. Sorry about that.
At Spanky 7600. Hello John John. At Spanky 7600.
What's up, Spanky?
You wakey.
Yes, ma'am. I think Christy's still asleep, but yeah, I'm awake. Three hours and 13 minutes, folks. What are you doing, Spanky?
At Spanky 7600. So am I lol.
What are you on break?
At Spanky 7600. Me and Carrie is on break.
Okay, yeah, I thought so.
At Spanky 7600. It hot outside. At Spanky 7600.
Really? Wow.
Humid like bat.
Yeah, I let Ozzy out a while ago and it felt like it's kind of humid.
At Spanky 7600. You only been on here for few hours ain't yet?
Been on for, yeah, just a few hours.
At Spanky 7600. Nice everyone else in bed, I'm sure it's 2:54 a.m.
Yeah, I'm not sure who all is still up here. I'll be right back. I gotta go talk to a man about a horse. Spanky, I'll be back.
At Spanky 7600. Okay.
Entering clouds at 36,628 feet. Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,624 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,624 feet, top 36,600. Entering clouds at 36,621 feet. Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,621 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,621 feet. Entering clouds at 36,619 feet. Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,604 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,604 feet, top 36. Entering clouds at 36,605 feet.
At Spanky 7600. You back or still feeding horse LOL?
No, I'm back. I am back. Alright guys, we are going through New Sharon, Iowa.
Visual conditions restored at 36,596 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,596 feet. Entering clouds at 36,595 feet.
Basically, this new program tells me anytime I enter a cloud or I come out of a cloud, that's what you're hearing.
Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,593 feet. Cloud layer,
We got
base
2 hours and 49
36,593
minutes.
feet. Top 36. Entering clouds at
Spanky
36,590
7600.
feet.
I'm filling up milk, little empty LOL. Fun.
Fun, fun, fun.
At Spanky 7600. Cold in here LOL dang.
I bet it is.
Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,577 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,577 feet. Top 36,500. Entering clouds at 36,578 feet. Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,573 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,573 feet. Top 36,578 feet.
Cloudy through here where we're flying.
Entering clouds at 36,565 feet.
At Spanky 7600. Milk is 2.49 a gallon, then will be going back up to 3 something after today. I can get it 1.99 with discount.
That's a good deal.
At
damn.
Spanky 7600. Today last day of the sale.
That's a good deal.
Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,564 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,564 feet. Top 36,565 feet. Entering clouds at 36,558 feet. Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,557 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,000. Entering clouds at 36,557 feet.
Come over here and lay down, Bubba. Come on. Lay down.
Breaking out of clouds. Visual conditions restored at 36,558 feet. Cloud layer, base 36,557 feet. Top 36,558 feet.
Alright, for the time being, we're going to turn off the clouds. Or the announcements, rather.
At Spanky 7600. That's very good deal, Carrie, bossing me around, making me work in Duri. She mean boss, lol.
Entering clouds at 36. Weather monitor settings saved. Three cloud layers detected this flight. Layer 1, base 25,905 feet, top 27,355 feet. Layer 2, base 28,334 feet, top 29,246 feet. Layer 3, base 36,546 feet, top 36,628 feet.
At Spanky 7600. So what you all do yesterday other than let Marcy mow yard?
Not a whole lot. She came home, went to bed. She was tired, and I did some programming on this other program, FS Cargo, for about 4 hours.
Visibility below 3 miles. Marginal visual flight conditions.
At Spanky 7600. 10 to 4.
Autopilot on.
Alright, 2.5 hours. Ah.
Autopilot on.
There it is. Stupid thing. We still got 2 hours to go, guys. Alright, be back, fellas.
At Spanky 7600. Better get you some sleep, you not sleepy John.
No, not yet. After I do this flight, I'll take a shower, then I'll crash. Alright, let's see where we are, folks. Flying through Nebraska. Yeehaw.
Weather monitor settings saved. Wind 205 degrees at 63 knots. Visibility 8 miles. Temperature minus 54 Celsius, minus 64 Fahrenheit. Visual conditions. Flight conditions, VFR. 3 cloud layers detected this flight. Layer 1, base 25,905 feet, top 27,355 feet. Layer 2, base 28,334 feet, top 29,246 feet. Layer 3, base 35,245 feet, top 36,628 feet.